episodes. Where's my headphone case? Oh, it's over there. I guess that'll be okay for now. What's up? We're getting set up here. Today we have a Subaru. We're going to be doing the full windshield in 70, all the sides in 35, and the sunroof in 20. Whole shebang. It's going to be a good one. Full ceramic. So I got to get this camera finished setting up. We're going to jump right into it because we got a lot of work ahead of us today. Tank, charging, batteries. Actually, you know what? Oh, no, I'll just use these ones. Whoa.
Super easy money back.
There we go. Headphones. KP, Sean, Texas Tint Pro, Christian. Easy money. It's not completely. There's a handful of things on this that aren't going to be super straightforward. Most of that is the front quarters. Front quarters are never super fun. We're actually going to plot those out. I'm glad about the sunroof, though. Sunroof's nice and straightforward on this. Good morning. Where have I been? I've been busy. So Saturday was, we actually thought something was happening on Saturday. But I had a couple, like, let's see, we did a stream on Friday. Saturday was a little funky. Oh, yeah, because we're already on Tuesday. And then we had to go to my wife's dentist appointment yesterday. So that was kind of like a most of the day thing. And now we're back. Super easy car. That's what you say about every car. What's up, boss? How you doing? Jake, Archie, Matt. Matt doesn't have time for us anymore because of his TikTok addiction. No, I'm good at it. Did you see the last one? Hang on. Right before we get into this. What's it called? There. I forgot I had these clips on my phone. Clips on your phone can turn into amazing TikToks. So from the windshield that I did on the Blazer for fun for that video, this video did like 370-ish thousand views so far. I had a lot of fun with this one. It got a lot of people riled up. Look at that. That view right there, though. Oh, my God. You have the rest of the cabin just lit up, and then it's just complete black on the windshield. There's still 20 on the sides for comparison. But, yeah, we did get on that one. 3,122 followers now, which is sweet. We got to get up to 5,000. At 5,000, special things happen. So I got to put out about like four more videos like that. No worries. What do you think of the battery heat gun? It's terrible. Yeah, unfortunately, a battery-powered heat gun, it doesn't have enough powers. It doesn't have enough power. Plugging into the wall is, like, you can have a cheap heat gun plugged into the wall, far outperform anything battery heat gun. They're just, the tech isn't there yet. I've got 1,049 followers. Follow me. It's not how it works. You don't just tell people to do it. You got to put out good shit, and then they follow you. Is it true that aftermarket windshields can have uneven dot matrix, which causes the gray part to show in some areas? So aftermarket windshields come in different grades of quality, just like anything. So you can have cheap aftermarket glass, and you can have high-quality aftermarket glass. So there's a lot of people that, again, just like window tint, they can think a windshield is a windshield when, you know, it could chip significantly faster or have some weird shit about it. But generally speaking, they're still supposed to abide by certain road laws too, so good enough to get you by, but I mean, every windshield's a little bit different. Is it necessary to have a heat gun to put the tint on? Well, it's necessary if you want it to look good. So I guess it depends on what you're going for. All right, we're going to get started. You are so right, my dude. Whoever said no sound. Now we should have sound. Oh, some of the square around the outside of my windshield is covered, and the sections show grayness, and it looks a bit terrible. They asked if it was aftermarket, and they said the matrix isn't even. Oh, I see what you're talking about. So matrix borders are one of those things that we can't really do a ton about, especially around the entire windshield. This goes into like a much bigger topic, but every windshield, back window, well, most windshields and back windows have some type of a matrix border. Those ceramic dots keep the film off the glass, and some of them will dry out nice and even, and some of them won't dry out nice and even. That actually doesn't have anything to do with it being aftermarket. It's just luck of the draw. At least that's what it sounds like. You can always post pictures of it in the Window Tint Stuff Facebook group and just ask, because I kind of know what you're talking about. I think that's what it is. Okay, now we should have audio. Cool. Yes, I forgot to hook up the mic. That was the last thing. There's always something. Whenever I'm like, wow, this got set up really fast, I forget about 3 steps. So that's that. Now we're good. So we got a lot of work ahead of us today. These have front quarters. They have rear quarters. And then we also have a sunroof and a full windshield, too. So, wow, that is... There we go. I like these little Subaru Wilderness tabs right here. It's nice. Yes, busy. Tomorrow I have a Camaro for a full with the windshield too in ceramic. And then Thursday, I got like an Explorer for all the sides and rear. Friday, I think I have another Explorer. Saturday, I have like a GTI. I'm actually impressed with just how much of my own schedule that I know right now. And then we got classes Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday next week. We're already into the next month for classes. It's been a month from when we did the first one. So I went yesterday and picked up some kegs, some tools, and yeah, things are staying pretty busy. And then after the classes, I have other appointments after that too, which is good. So schedule is a little bit filled out right now. Yep, class is completely booked. So May is already kind of filling up. April was kind of the sluggish one, and then it filled up like a week and a half ago or something at this point. No, I think it was a week ago. I don't think time moved that fast. But that's really cool to see. So I'm reasonably confident in May filling up. June has nobody signed up for it yet, so it's wide open. But the closer we get, the faster it books up. Usually it gets like, or usually, we just started them. The trend so far has been a couple weeks before they'll really start filling up. If you're gonna sign up, don't hold out too long, because somebody's spot got sniped last time. Can you use other tape, like 3M tape? Yeah, you can use whatever tape you want. Just painter's tape sucks. There's shops that use it, and I can't stand it. I don't think they know about house wrap tape. Duct tape, yeah, man. Whatever floats your boat. That was like, oh, it's so annoying to see too, because duct tape is not cheap either. And then you see people driving down the road that like had a window busted out, and then they used like duct tape and plastic, and you're just like, that is not gonna come off your paint. Why'd you do that? So if you have a roll of painter's tape lying around, yes, it'll get you by. Up until the point when you have to go buy another roll, then just don't, because it's expensive too. Yes, our favorite quarters. So one thing that is super fun about these, actually these ones look a little bit easier. They made these easier than the older models because they got so much, look at how much room I have at the bottom now. This is all just border. And then we tuck up into kind of a tight-ish seal. So the rest of this window is still just as not fun as it's always been. So like this gasket gets rounded a little bit much. We can probably get this back. And then this top corner is going to be a little bit of concern. I'm not even going to mess around. I'm just going to plot them out and get a fair amount of chances, and then we'll just do it until we get it right. As for the windshield, we are going to be doing 70 on the windshield, so we'll get that set up too. This does have the eyesight system, and so I just gave a general disclaimer about it. I know Subaru says don't even put Rain-X on it, so it's just entirely up to the owner of the vehicle. I'm more inclined to think that it'll be totally fine. I know they got their tolerances and stuff, but I think it'll be totally fine and still work. Now, if you go below like a certain percentage, is it still going to work the same? Probably not. But staying with a light shade like 70, I don't know. I'm guessing it'll be okay. But for like windshield strips, stuff like that on these, I don't know. I would probably just suggest no. But it's whatever wow, that string was low. It's whatever the client wants to do on it. So I saw GoPro released a FPV camera. So like basically a lightweight version of the 10, but it needs to be externally powered. And I'm thinking like, ooh, there might be a way to get it to save some weight on my headset and some battery life. Any link to buy that squeegee? Just search Libman squeegee on Amazon, and then you can find them in like grocery stores and stuff in the cleaning section. I almost bought this one yesterday. Somebody posted a video in the group. Sunjoe, I've seen him before, but Sunjoe has a vacuum flat window squeegee, and even their video looked like it didn't work. They're like, it works on auto glass, and it left like half the water behind. It looks terrible, but I kind of wanted to try it out, but it's probably a waste of like $30, so I didn't get one yet. Let me set these here for now. So we need some glasses. All right, actually, let's look at this first. So this will come off as far as I can tell. Oh, it won't unplug though, but we can remove it, and then we'll probably just like prop it up here. And then as far as this system goes, yeah, I'm gonna put a piece of tape over here, piece of tape over there. That way water and spray isn't gonna get up here, because they just like, look what it says, just don't touch it. Yo dude, don't touch it. So that's exactly what we're gonna do. We're gonna not touch it. But those lenses are just kind of sitting there exposed. So I'm sure you could clean them, but I'm gonna make it so I don't even have to clean them after. Only 3 left in stock on Amazon. Nice. I bought like 6 of them, because that's all they had, like 5 or 6 of them in store last time I saw them. Every time I've seen them in store, I don't buy them, and then I'm like, oh, I need a couple, and I go to get them, and then they're not there. Like, God, we didn't expect to sell so many squeegees all of a sudden. What the hell? But they just made the best automotive windshield squeegee on the planet that I've seen. I'd love to try a better one, but all the big, wide, flat squeegees that I've seen, that one's the best. There we go. And then these rear quarters too. You guys see how fun this is gonna be? So much fun. Subaru, Honda, they just love gasket style quarters. Menards have some on their website, so you can probably find them in store there. Who orders off of Menards or Home Depot? Or Lowe's? You go into those places. You know, we had an Amazon store at a local mall. It was like Amazon 4-star. It was fun to walk into. I don't think we ever spent money. We didn't spend much money there. Oh yeah, that's the unlock. I used to think, wasn't that the lock button? It's probably not been. But then it closed. No! Not today, country music. Oh, we need one more. One more press. There we go. I can roll this up. In some air. Look at this. Good job, Subaru. I'm proud. No? Oh. Oh, it's right down there. It's actually the first time I've seen that screen set up. It's bigger, but it's not obnoxious. Good job, Subaru. I'm proud. All right, so we need 35. Wherever I put that. Where did I put that? What am I doing today? That is 35. But as far as a longer roll goes, 20, that. Why can't I think today? I guess we're going to use a short roll. Why can't... I have to have a longer 35 around here somewhere. I just don't remember where I put it. I don't really want to go looking for it right now. I don't know. Let me see. No, that was Pro Nano 35. Pro Nano 35. That's pretty much empty. I think it was a roll I just got. I think that's why I'm confused. So... it's glass rolls. That's carbon plus. Aha! There it is. Yep. That's why. I love Geo. But they put so much tape. Do you use Pro Classic for the classes? Yes, because we're not going to throw away a ton of ceramic. But still, quite good shit. I cracked my first door panel yesterday, 21 Honda Civic. Ouch. How'd you do that? $282 plus tax and install at a shop, so around $400. Yikes. Have you ever broke a door panel? No, actually, because I don't take most door panels apart. So I really haven't had an opportunity to break them. I mean, that's all part of that learning. So, I mean, it sucks that it happens, but that's the direction that you go in. That's the risk that you take with it all. What's the thickness of the glass you recommend for a glass board? I don't know. I've never had to order glass for a glass board. So I don't know. These boards here, these were just storm windows that were left here from the people that were here before I was here. So I just yoinked them out of the back and ripped the frames off. But yeah, as far as thickness goes, I'm not sure. It doesn't have to be crazy, but I guess it depends on how unsupported it is. I've broke a back windshield, and I think I broke a couple back windows, and no, one back window and 2 windshields. But I haven't broke a door panel. I've scratched door glass before. I was taking it off and it's stuck in just a hairline crack. Yikes. But it's new. So whenever you get into brand new stuff, especially especially now, the way to look at, unfortunately, the way to look at some of that stuff is like I experienced with the Audi brake light. They just didn't have one available for us to buy. And it's so, especially with like brand new vehicles and stuff, sometimes like just getting the stuff in a reasonable amount of time can also be an utter pain in the ass right now because logistics suck. So it's good that you're able to at least get it fixed. But yep, there goes the tint job. That's the risk I don't like taking with every job. Because it's one of those things. But it is a learning curve that in most circumstances you're going to be fine, and then every once in a while you're just not going to be. So I just like to not take that risk. And then the little like fitment issues too. So even when you put stuff back together, sometimes you have somebody say like, "Hey, my door's rattling." How do you like the Lowe's tape for masking seals? I feel like the blue tape doesn't stick well. It doesn't because it's garbage. It's painter's tape for painters. We're not painters, we're tinters. So then we get house wrap tape instead, which has nothing to do with window tinting still. So, I don't know, like, the way I look at it is the best type of tape that you can be is as thin as possible and waterproof / resistant, and that's house wrap tape. Painter's tape is thick in comparison. It's kind of waxy. It gets wet, and then it seeps in, and it's just, yeah. It's okay, but it's not near as good. And it's like same price too, so like, what the hell? manage to get sponsored by Lowe's. Yeah, that would be great. Lowe's has that big business money. Somebody have a Lowe's contact? Then we could do all numbers of unrelated cheesy Lowe's sponsorship plugs. Spring savings at Lowe's. Get some gardening supplies. Why? Because they help me. Because they support the channel. Or not, because they get free placement right now without having to do anything, because I use theirs above everybody else's right now. So, you know, that sucks. Do you plan on, whoa, that is a big question. Do you plan on letting your child take over your business when you're retired? Like I'm ever gonna retire. God, this is just being wiggly as all hell. That's assuming that he wants to tint. If I was his age, I don't know if I'd be a tinter. Well, he's only one, so it's kind of hard to know that much. But sure, like if he liked the business and wanted to grow into it, then sure. Does this shift on me again? Or are we just being dumb? Oh, no, it's fine. I fell off a 22-foot bridge, broke my hip and shoulder, inspired me to get back to work. Only there 2 days a week. Ouch, holy shit, that's terrible, man. Couldn't walk for weeks. Oh my God. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm walking now. I couldn't imagine being able to not walk for very long. I'm tinting an older Honda Odyssey back window, and the rear window is harder to shrink than a Charger for some reason. Yeah, I did a CRV that had a really curved bottom. I posted a video on it. It's not the same, but I do have a Honda. Is that a Honda van? No, it's the Chrysler. It's the Chrysler vans, where I talk about the back window. It's on the channel. I'd look up that video. Yeah, some minivans have super bubbly back windows because it's a minivan. Most of them have no sense of style. Starting a tinting business, but what can I do if the vehicle doesn't fit in my garage? Get a bigger garage? I don't know. See. Is it worth it to do it outside since it'll be for extra cash and not full-time? Oh, hell no. Probably not. I don't tint anything unless I'm tinting inside. That's been a hard rule ever since I've been tinting. And there's been like one or two times that I've maybe tinted part of something outside. So if you're just doing it as a side hustle, like, yeah, just, What's cool is you can be more choosy about what you get then. And then you can also charge more too, because you don't care about it as much. It's actually kind of awesome. When you're not dependent, see, here's the thing. When you're not wholly dependent on the money that's coming in from tinting, it's just kind of like side money, then you can be more picky and choosy about what you do. And what you'll learn is that's actually a little bit to your benefit, because you get to build up the types of the clientele that you're really looking for. Problem is, there's a lot of guys that jump right into tinting and they do it full time, and then they go lower on the price because it attracts more work. But then it ends up biting them in the ass. But yeah, like when I was tinting at home, I had a hard rule that if it didn't fit in the garage and I couldn't close the garage, it wasn't getting done. Narrows down your business some, but hey, it is what it is. What if their garage is their living room? Would you tint inside? What kind of question is that? I don't even know how to respond. You guys are silly. What if their garage is their living room? That's like all those what if questions. What if this, what if that, what if... Then you're realistically never going to encounter, and if you did one time, then it wouldn't matter. It's the best tint meter that'll do windshields. It's a good question. I don't know. I would check out some of the tool sites and see what they have. It's probably good. You're gonna look for a split meter, and I just don't remember what the name of the meter is. But also there's been like a lot of random meters too lately. I think measuring BLT is pretty straightforward. So you could probably just find a split meter, and it'll most likely be close enough. You just want a couple things to gauge it on to make sure that it's relatively accurate. So what was cool about the meter that I have is I think it's from like Tint Check. I'll have to look at it. It came with like a couple of like calibration cards, like just basically so you can double check to make sure that you're getting accurate readings. That's been helpful. Scoot this over. It is being a little slidey today. Oh, there we go. We're going down. We're good now. How do you maintenance? Oh, how do you take care of your tools? I buy new ones. So I've got a vise set up to like trim the squeegee blade to keep it going longer, but then when I run out of slivers to cut off of it, I just buy a new one. Most of these tools are relatively inexpensive plastic tools. You can try sanding them down to keep them going longer, but largely they're made to be replaced. We're not buying like $500 impact guns every week. So it's pretty straightforward. You don't really have to do much. Do you think inflatable paint booth would work fine for tinting? Yeah, actually, it should be pretty great. You're just trying to get out of the wind and have more controlled space. So I've seen some pretty gigantic, crazy inflatable garage booth thingies. Seem pretty awesome. It'd be fun to try. If you're just putting that shit outside, though, you still need to anchor it down because that kind of stuff is an issue. Some of those things are made to be put inside. So, for example, here, if I wanted to paint in here, I could set it up in the corner, and then it's not getting blown around. If I'm putting it outside, again, wind is a thing. So when you go to, you got to anchor it down, right? Or else it'll blow around. Probably. So we're doing 35 ceramic on all the sides and the back, and then 20 over the sunroof, and then 70 over the windshield. Those are the shades that are going down right now. What does 35 over 50 read out to? I don't know. Take 0.35 and multiply it by 0.5. And you'll know. And then you put it on the glass, and then it'll be slightly different. So you got to take the percentage of the glass into account too, but have you tried Film Cut Pro? Not really, not a lot. I'm kind of familiar with the program from before. The patterns, the tint patterns are going to be different. Some people like that software though. I wasn't too keen on it. But you'll have more flexibility with a lot of other things. So cutting out graphics, being a little flexible with your patterns, like Film Cut is very simplistic, but the pattern database is completely different. What about lighting? If you're using a shed. Well, yeah, you're gonna have to like string up some lights and plug them in. So run a power cable out to the shed, because I'm assuming the shed is not portable. So just run a power cable out to it. China plotters. They're actually okay. I mean, I don't know where Graphtec or Roland or any other company gets their plotters made. But the inexpensive plotters are kind of good enough. They definitely are cheaper, and they show it. It's mostly in like the fiddling with it. The fiddling, lack of a handful of features, which if you want to know exactly what, I made a video on it. Using a cheap vinyl plotter for your tint business, I think was the name. Something like that. Thoughts on 3M ceramic IR film. I haven't seen it in quite a while, so I'm not sure. It's probably fine. I drove my Tahoe with 1% on the sides and the rear window, and I couldn't see anything at night. What a surprise. I blocked out 99% of the visible light, and I couldn't see, guys. No shit, sure. That was great. Would you use a door cover instead of carpet shield? Why? No, having something reusable is good. So, like, the only reason I really opted for doing something this way over having like a reusable door cover is the amount of time that I have to fidget with it. So, if I can just take that door cover, put it on, and then have it kind of stuck to the top edge, like you have to usually put a line of tape and kind of seal that in. So it's easier for me to just put the tape down first and then stick something to it. It saves on fidgety time. That's all. So yeah, as long as it's easy to set up, then fine. I didn't want to do the towels because towels get soaked. So after like 1 or 2 uses, you gotta leave them to hang dry. Let's invent one. We can take it to Shark Tank. Yeah, but it's too niche. Sorry, it's just not investable. Although, I would take it to Shark Tank just to get Kevin to say how worthless it is and to take it behind the barn and shoot it. That would be worth it, so I'd love that. That's like cooking for Gordon Ramsay and just having him yell at you for like a couple seconds. Yeah, some of Geo is definitely warm. When you pull it outside, actually any of these films, when you pull them outside, everything kind of lightens up a lot. I thought it was a little strong at first. I actually got really used to it. Their Carbon Plus, though, looks really, really good. I'm still testing that stuff. I was a little confused, though, with the Carbon Plus, because it hasn't done as great on IR as what I thought. And this is why we try stuff. Like, it feels pretty good on the vehicle, but I think I can still feel a little bit more sun than I can with the Pro Nano, even though the iron numbers are, like, way in Carbon Plus's favor. I'm not sure. So I try not to speak too fast. He would want a royalty deal, Mr. Wonderful. And he'd need probably like a $20 royalty on every one that sold for $15. That's how that deal would work out. Be like, sorry, it just, until he makes like 7 times his money back. In perpetuity. So even when your business goes under, he's still knocking on your door for royalties. Those are the ones that'll kill you, which is really funny. I don't think some of the deals with royalties are bad at all. But whenever he throws perpetuity, like, yeah, I want $1 an item forever. It's like, oh, dang, dude. That's actually really significant. You got people up there, they're like, well, yeah, I think that's probably okay. Shark Tank's funny. We watch it every week still. We were watching that, and we're watching, like, Gold Rush. Those are the 2, like, modern shows right now that we were actually still following every week. Gold Rush is just kind of funny. My tank is real slidey today. I think I'm going to leave it like that for the quarters, but a little surprised. Barbara's the only one I dislike. Yeah, that's totally fair. I can respect that. Okay. Here's what drives me absolutely nuts about all of them. Is they will go on and on sometimes about one person not having like any type of okay, they do this all the time. They flip on and off. Whenever like between valuations, obviously, which people have like completely overinflated valuations going in there, and they're like, yo, it's about sales. But the ones that are really funny to me are when they'll talk nonstop about like not having a patent on the product and anybody can rip it off, and then somebody comes in there and is like, yeah, but we got a patent on it. And they're like, yeah, but that's just a lot of legal work. Then you got to spend all this money fighting the or defending your patent. And it's like, oh my God, would they pick a road? And then Lori likes to talk everybody up before she lets them down. This is an amazing product, and I know you're going to do amazing, and I'd love to join you on this journey, but for those reasons, I'm out. And you're like, wait, what? It's a funny show. Then everybody's like secretly pining for Mark. So they get up there and they're like, thank you for the offer, Robert. Mark, what do you think? Mark's like, well, and Robert's like, what the hell, dude? Does nobody take me seriously? Why does nobody listen to me? Good stuff. Let's check this over. I think we got one down. Seemed like it went pretty well. What is that? Uh-oh. Is that like a little crease, or what the fuck is that? That's big. Whatever it is, I don't like it. I wonder if that was a little hair. That looks a little weird. I don't think that's a hair. But it's definitely something that's an impression. Damn. I don't like it, whatever it is. I gotta redo this one. Well, we were almost there. No, there's like an impression there. I wonder if it got folded or something. I don't know. That sucks. Almost looks like it had a little bend there. But it wasn't anything that would have settled down in any nice way, so we're just gonna redo it. Is your business picking up now because it's summer? Yeah, for sure. A lot more phone calls. Not every day, but there's a lot more people booking. Especially like farther out too. So when I tell somebody like at least a week and a half to like 2 weeks, it's not a big deal right now. So that's been really, really nice. Oh, that's so sad. Had a hair right under the third brake light. That's the worst, because you can't really do anything about it either. It's so impossible to try and fix it, or if it was a little higher up in the window or something, you could fix it. Third brake light? Yeah, not much. Gotta yank the whole piece back and try and, yeah, ugh. Sucks. Do you get people from Facebook or Google? Mostly phone calls from like maps listings or the YouTube channel right now. That's where I'm hearing most people are coming from, which makes sense. Because maps is, like when people look for local business, a lot of the first places they'll go is just do a local map searching and see what's kind of around them. Because when you get into websites, you're not always sure where that business is until you kind of like dig through the pages. So I think it kind of goes local, and then from there they'll go to like your website or just whatever you have out there. They'll search, make an informed decision, or they'll just call. Like, oh, this has decent reviews. Let me go there. Facebook has been a dog. But it's kind of how you share it. So if you're pretty active on like your Facebook page, and that's where you post like a lot of stuff and you get people to kind of comment and interact and share, your Facebook will do well. But I just mostly stream on the Facebook page, and that's pretty much all I do. So it doesn't get much traction at all. All these things are constant effort, and the less effort that you put into them, the faster they die. Facebook attracts some strange customers. Yeah, it's mostly like flea market shoppers. You can find some like good, so you can get healthy referrals from the right people, but just straight up ads, yeah, it's hit or miss. It's been not so great for me too. Okay. Enlighten me with all your years of experience in business. Give me some advice on how someone 2 years into tinting looking to make more money. What's the secret sauce to making more money for this? Just charge more and do more cars. Money's got to come from somewhere. Those are the two places that it usually comes from. So if you're worried about charging more and losing clients, you lose clients and you'll gain other ones. You have to say know a lot more, which is kind of crazy. I give like 50 people for the price of their car and I get like nothing back. So you quote like 50 people and then you don't land any of the jobs? Yeah, that's frustrating. So you got to work on your own stuff. A lot of it is, how do people find you? How do you talk to them on the phone? And then what do you have to give them to follow up other than just a price over the phone? Because when, like in the very beginning, you're just in a sea of other people and you have no reputation. You're new. So you're trying to carve out some type of market share for yourself. And what a lot of people do is discount their price so they attract more people, because that's like the easiest thing that you can do to try and attract more people. The problem is you're attracting a really annoying crowd that I've dealt with. Everybody expects a good tint job still. So when you undercharge and you can't deliver a good tint job, you create a lot of problems for yourself. But in this day and age, especially, I mean, you gotta put stuff out there. I mean, one of the best ways to look at your business, this is straight from Gary Vee stuff, you need to look at yourself like a media company for the thing that you do. Because you know all your shit. People do not. Now more people are jumping on that wagon. Should be good now. But the competition, like, you know, stuff is not, most people don't make videos until then more people start seeing the value and then more people start doing it. The creative is always changing and getting more competitive. But I'm surprised at how lazy so many shops are. You open up shop, you have a sign on the door. Well, that's not how people are finding you now. People are going on maps, people are going on YouTube, people are going on the internets, and they're looking for you. So you need stuff that's appealing to look at. And when everybody's posting pretty car pictures, you got to think a little differently than everybody else. But you need to give them reasons to come to you over the other people that they've got quotes from. So especially in the beginning, that's what you're going to be dealing with a lot. just having all of the things ready is not enough. Not usually anymore. Like, it is for an okay shop, but then you gotta, like, you'll build a lot of clients from word of mouth, but that takes a lot of time. So you're trying to, like, convince people to come to you that are just, like, generally looking. Because it's funny. Like, I get it all the time. Like, if I tell somebody I'm going to stream their car, it's kind of a toss-up. Have they seen the channel or have they not? There's quite a few people that are just like, oh, okay, cool. What's your channel? Or what does that mean? Like, it's just not, with as much stuff as you can put out there, like, there's still tons of people that just, they got their own shit. Cool, much better. Like the first one should have been. I had a neighbor ask how much to do I charge tints after. What? Sorry. I had a neighbor ask how much do I charge to tint cars after seeing my tint on my own car. Yeah, that's how word of mouth can grow really fast. Which ceramic is better, SunTech or SolarGuard? I don't use either of them. I don't know. I'm also going to be a bit cheaper to get them in, not much. Otherwise, I could cut my own fingers, mostly like 20 bucks. So you got to ask, is that enough? See, I kind of did that at first a little bit. $20, the difference of $20 to somebody thinking of going to one place for another, like if that's the main reason that they're coming to you, that scares me. Because then you're only $20 better than the next shop who then can charge $5 cheaper than you, and then what kind of loyalty is that? I mean, it's not a bad, it's just think of the reasoning behind it, and that's really the difference there. So it doesn't mean that you're not going to gain clients from it and, like, good people, because, like, yeah, well, I'll save a little money coming to this shop or whatever. Just saying, like, by and large, if that's the main difference, then there's a lot more. There's a lot more to do. Do you promote on Nextdoor? What is that? So, no. I don't know what that is. No, pretty much the only things that I do is I go live on YouTube and I answer phone calls. So the only places people are really finding me right now are either from the channel or from local maps listings as that builds. That's why I think maps is, like, still one of the best things. Because, like, how do I find business? Well, I go on maps. So what do I want to make sure looks nice and pretty? Maps. Both Apple and Google. Make sure there's pictures there. Make sure there's as much stuff there as you can have. And then just try and build up reviews on that. And then all the other stuff, like, you may get business here or there off other things. It just depends on how much those other things people are using. Because you can split your attention 700 different ways. Goes that 80-20 rule where like 80% of your business are going to come from like one or two places, and then 20% of your business are going to come from like all the extra stuff. Well, just you can double down on the things that are working. And use the platforms like the companies want you to use them, and then they'll feature you. Any calls from TikTok? I don't know. I don't ask people if they call me from TikTok, actually. So I don't have any type of lead forms. I just have a link to go to my site. So probably, but I have no idea how much. I just have a link that goes to the site. So I could see if there's any like direct click-throughs. But I think most people would probably like go to their browser and then just type in the site. Going to glass shops and offering your services. Yeah, that works. That works real well. Some are better than others, just like any auto shop. So one of my best accounts was a glass shop. That was the last one I held on to. So they had a tint business. You'll find a lot of those places, they get lots of inquiries about window tint. They just can't keep a tinter because they don't pay a tinter enough to stay there full time. Or, you know, because the tinter can go make more money elsewhere rather than sitting around waiting for them to pull cars in all day. So lots of these businesses, they're all looking for tinters, but they don't necessarily pull in enough work for a full-time tinter. So they're kind of stuck in limbo where they want to offer it, but they don't have somebody consistent. Because they also, you know, there's shops too that have a completely different service. And they care about their clients. They don't want, you know, to only do a little bit of tint work and have so many people coming back complaining about the tint work when all their glass work is going great, right? They'll just stop doing tint. But they don't know a program that works for them. So what you gotta do is you come in and you go, hey, 1 day a week, this is your day. I need you to line up as many clients as you can, or this many for this day. It'll probably be a little slow at first, and then like you give them pricing, and then you come in and you knock the work out for them. And you set it to 1 day until they can earn another day. If they seem real ambitious, doing 2 days is totally fine. Generally, it hasn't been more than 2 days, though, because it makes it work the best for everybody. They have their work that they're doing most of the week. You are going to take up some space, and you're probably going to have some disagreements. Like, they're going to be doing some stuff, and you're going to be like, hey, can you not use an air gun for a little bit? Like, stuff like that. So it's actually kind of a nice break. When you come in and you do 1 or 2 days a week, then they're like, okay, cool, we're not losing this business anymore. But we don't have to put up with a full-time drama tinter. So it works out really well for a lot of shops because they're generally going to, I don't know, most of them only pull in like maybe like $50,000 to $80,000 a year in actual work. So when you start to distribute that amongst like a full week, it doesn't make sense, but a couple of days, yeah, sure, makes good money. Some do really well. Nobody speaks Korean here. Sorry, it's mostly English. Which is better to use, Dawn or baby shampoo? I use both together because they work well together. None of this either or. Drama Tint Studio. Well, it's tough. It's tough for both. There's lots of opportunities at different shops and whatnot, but whether or not that it actually is, whether or not it actually makes sense, that's a whole nother thing. Because there's always the, like, what about this? What about that? I can make money here, I can make money there, and then you're kind of making like a little bit of money in 100 other places when you could make most of it in a couple. Do you agree you should never tint for a customer you can't beat in a fight? I'd probably not do a lot of tint jobs then. Most people don't want to fight. What's your slip solution? Oh, okay. So I use a quarter baby shampoo. Or no, sorry, I got that backwards. I use 3/4 Dawn. Wow, I just said the same thing. 3/4 baby shampoo, 1/4 Dawn. That's what I used. All right, I'm gonna cut out on that short roll. I'm gonna cut out some quarters. So this is my roll. I'm gonna toss it in here. I don't remember where this has to be. Does it have to be on this side or the other side? I think the other side. Yes. Something like that. Enter 75G. Actually, yeah, that's ceramic. Cool. So this is a brand new. I knew that. This is an Outback, right? Yeah, I thought so. I just wasn't 100% sure it was an Outback, but I kind of figured it was. Canon. All right, so, oh, that's not that software. Where's my software? There it is. Do you ever clean the blade on the plotter? No, but it's healthy too sometimes. It starts looking like there's a lot of white buildup there. I don't use it a ton though, so. Sorry, hang on. Outback. I remember the commercials. Go Outback. So we need these. We're doing a 24-inch roll. Let's start. I kind of want to just start with one side though. So the right side. And then yeah, because then we're just on the side. We've already done it. So let's click cut. GoPro. How would you tint the Civic hatch? How would you shrink the Civic hatch without that rear glass? I would go get the glass. Or remove the spoiler. You can kind of shrink some of it on the inside. Like, that's the thing. It's tough. Like, what is the solution to doing this without the thing that makes it easy to do? Answer, a lot of work, which is why I bought the glass. I've seen a fair amount of people just splice it. So they'll do the little lower pieces separate. That's actually what I had to do mobile. So I went to this shop. It was the first one I ever had. They had a bunch of stuff on my plate for the day, and I tried it a couple times. It wasn't happening. So I looked at the defroster lines, and I ended up doing a big piece down to the spoiler, and then 2 little pieces on the inside, and just spliced it right on the defroster lines on the inside. And that spoiler is kind of in the perfect spot on both the inside and the outside, so you don't see any problems with it. So that was okay. I wasn't proud of it, but I had other stuff to do that day, so. It's when you tint for a shop that pulls in like 3 or 4 cars. No, 4 or 5 cars in a day. And every car is just a car to them. And they were nice people, but you know, they would be like, well, we told this client that it would get tinted today, so it'll be really disappointing if you can't do it. And I'm like, ah, shit, man. So I guess I gotta try and do it. Don't want to disappoint anybody. See, if I could stop doing this, that would make my life so much easier. There we go. Maybe that. Sketchy. We're in a sketchy spot right now that I don't think is going to work out, but we'll try it. It's still wiggling. That's something I never really understand about some films. They'll freeze, and then you'll finally free it up, and then they'll squiggle around for like ever, and then you try and tack it down, and then all of a sudden they won't tack down anymore, and you're like, why weren't you doing that 2 seconds ago? I should have an easy reach for this. I wonder if I got one sitting around somewhere. What's the reason that cars have quarters? They thought it was a smart idea. I don't know. I did have an engineer tell me that it was probably to make the design of the door and window easier. So when you look at here, this is... The door is this wide. I need enough space for the window to roll up and down completely. It's harder to design a door if the glass goes all the way into it, so it's cheaper to design a door this way. Even he didn't know. He was just like, that's my guess, though. It's simpler to engineer. Saves cost. Still is acceptable. Likely the reason. How long did you have to finish a car at a glass shop? So full cars they would schedule for 2 hours. Front doors they would schedule for an hour. That was a really nice way to do it. Because if it was taking me longer than 2 hours for a full car, I was probably not working as hard as I should be. And hour for front doors for some people are like, wow, you had a long time to do some front doors there. But they would also add in windshields. So it's kind of like they'd plan for an hour for most front doors to take. So if something was taking me longer, then they had a little bit of like leeway between appointments. So everything, most days, it was a nice balance. Some days was transit vans with like the big front quarters, right? So they pull it in like a set of doors. And then you'd have like those, it'd be really old, dirty. They charge $150 for it, and you're like, what the hell? And they're like, whoa, I didn't really think about it. So you'd always have those days. It was a lot of back and forth. But yeah, I already knew how to tint going into that place, so that worked out a lot better because of that. Dang, this turned out awesome. Heck. I was like saying hell, and then I said heck, but I mixed them, which was dumb. Hell yeah. Look at that. That cutout is so spot on. Very happy. Ooh. Yes. Okay, so now we got the rear one to do. Did you finish the whole vehicle? Yes. We're all done now. We finished everything. On that door. So this one's similar. It doesn't give me quite as much room in the bottom. Ooh, and that is like a hard edge in there. This is all exposed. Hopefully that'll be okay. Oh, we'll get it one way or another. We still got the driver's side to do. So like passenger side, that already got in there. Driver's side, who knows, man. We could have to do that 5 or 6 times before we finally get it. Just sometimes goes easy and sometimes it doesn't. Wow. See, does that little like freeze, and then when you can finally get it to kind of roam free a little bit, things start to go into place a lot better. But there's always this like initial stick, and it drives me freaking crazy. What the heck is that? There we go. I didn't even say anything. What the heck? Do you know what 25% on 35? Not entirely. 20 over 20 is 5. 35 over 20, somewhere in like the 10-ish range. It'll be nice. Wanted to go a little bit darker, nothing crazy. This is that. It's a little bit darker, nothing crazy look. I told somebody 7. Well, that's fine, as long as they're happy with it. Numbers only carry so far. Like, some people are very determined to get like 15. They're like, I want to get 15. It's like, okay, that's fine. Then you do it, and does it really look that way? Yeah, but if you put 20 on, would they notice? Probably not. That's happened. Because they're going for more of like an idea, and talking in numbers. This is what gets difficult about talking in spec sheets too. There's like, we can all look at a piece of paper and go like, no, this one's better than this one, and then we can try it out. 15 is what sells carbon for me. Actually, yeah, a little bit of that for me too. Here and there, not a lot, but here and there. So, cool, now we're moving over to the other side. That side is all good. Some of the trickiest parts of the whole vehicle right there. So quarter windows, all those are good and square. Heck yeah, I like that. Makes life easier. Strong. Got some stickers. Yeah, I didn't want to leave the tape and stuff sitting on for too long before I actually go to install it. Let's go ahead and... Oh, wait. We got to press this button, actually. According to math, it's 7%. Yeah, it's what it's supposed to be. And then you actually try it and then see what it says. Some of it, I swear, some of it's accurate, and some of it just for whatever reason is like, even with the percentage of the glass taken into account, it's just, it does weird things. I could probably just cut these out, right? Left. Just get a tint meter. Yes, that's the real answer. Tint meters are so helpful, not just for yourself, but for people. So it takes guesswork out of a lot. That's what I like about them so much. Cool. So we'll leave that there. Is that all good? Am I missing anything? I'll find out when I walk over here. Razor blade. That's what I'm missing. And probably a way to see my camera in case it dies. So we gotta put that over here. Chat. I wonder how I got minus 85 in my bank account. Oh, damn. That's scary. Where do you get some good door panel covers? There's the first one. Where's the alert? Yikes.
RGC super chatted $10. My man getting it done.
RGC with the 10, thank you. My man getting it done. I'm working on it. Yeah, it's going good. Minus that first window that didn't go good. Hopefully we'll make up for that. Whoa, what? Okay, there's like a lot of weird shit that's been going on with banks for like a little while now, but their systems are updating and can't access your money for 4 days. What the fuck? Yeah, that's frightening. Sorry for the inconvenience. Shopify? Yeah, Shopify is great. Holy shit. Yeah, that's terrible. I gotta get some gas and pay some bills. Holy, yeah, like no shit. A day is bad enough, let alone 4 or 5 days. Like, yeah, then you can't do anything. That would be a bank change for me, for sure. What bank? Safe credit union. How ironic. Yeah, I'd probably not use them anymore. Oh, Redstone for credit union? Y'all suck. Holy shit, that's terrible. The credit union. They suck. What's the going rate for a window? See, the thing is, there are no going rates for window tinters. There's no like the market's the market. It's whatever you charge and whatever people pay. That's what you make, or whatever a shop pays you to do it. That's what you make. So it's not about your skill. It's about what you can sell. It's a credit union, not a national bank. Yeah, I wouldn't use them anymore. That's scary. Wait, are more Are more than one... Is more than one person having problems with this? With, like, getting money out of credit unions? They must all use the same type of systems. Let's get that. All right, we got the quarter. I'm just gonna jump over and same door, do the quarter rather than do the front than the back. These work out great. Used to using the blue tri-edge. Blues are great. Blues, pinks. B7. Can you read your comment back? And I don't know what you said. How you do that. Like it ripped. It's all right. It was just funny. If I was anxious, tinter all those scraps on your glass board. Yeah, they get annoying to clean off, so they just kind of sit there, and then eventually they get cleaned off. How do I do what? All your patterns for any software should just be able, like, it's about tuning your plotter to be able to, like, that's how it should cut. It should cut through all the film. There might be, like, one little spot where it snags, where, like, those cuts connected. But, yeah, they all should do that. It's about just having your cut and your cut settings right. Mines don't. You just need some more tweaking then. You'll get it. If it's snagging, use more pressure. I mean, it could be cut strip also has to be changed every once in a while, but yeah, I've been tinkering with plotters for a long time. I saw on Facebook you have to set the record straight. Yeah, there's too many irritating fucking people that can't be nice to somebody asking a simple question about, like, hey, I'm interested in getting my windows tinted. Do it yourself. Like, what the fuck kind of response is that? You have literal business knocking on your door, and you're telling them to go away. It's so stupid. So I'm glad that that post actually like hit some more people, but I've posted that more than once. It's just annoying. So it's not a tinter only group. It's never been a tinter only group. And you shouldn't expect an average person to know everything about what you do as a profession. That's what's really upsetting. And then people get mad when like, hey, well, customer asks if it goes on the inside for the millionth time. It's like, well, yeah, because they don't know. You do. It just got really, really frustrating. So I'm going to have to say it again, and I'm going to have to say it again. I'm going to have to say it again. But people join, they expect it to be an exclusive group for just window tinters. And that's like every tint group except mine. So it's annoying. Oh, that quarter window went well, so that's cool. But yeah, I hope enough people see it and it makes a little bit of a change. Because that's the thing. There's nothing I can really do to just put a big announcement out that everybody's going to see. It's all like, it's all feed based. So even with group announcements, it's like only so many people are actually going to see it. But yeah, like 20 minutes after I posted that, somebody said, hey, I don't know if this is okay to post, but I'm in, like, he's in Arizona. And he's like, I had a friend tint my car and it turned out really bad. Regret going that route. Is there anybody in the area that can help me out with fixing it? Like, looking for a good tint job. And it's like that kind of stuff is only gonna come if people can just like be nice. It's really not hard. There we go. So we got, oh, we never really did anything for the rear back window. We're gonna have to get that all set up. I think I was gonna wait and see what happened with the quarter windows. But I'm basically gonna plot the whole back too. We have another spoiler in the way, which we've done quite a few lately, hand cut. So we're gonna plot that one too. What are we banning? How do you store your clay bar at the end of the day? I kept like a little metal food container for it, and I'd keep a little bit of water in there. Something like that, or you can put, like, literally wrap a piece of tint on it, like a loose scrap or something. It doesn't stick to, like, wax paper and stuff, but this is, I've learned the case with, like, all of them. They all seem to, like, stick to any plastic containers and stuff. So if you put, like, a couple little tint pieces in there on the top and the bottom, you can keep it really nice. I know it gets a little annoying. I'll even put it on like a damp rag or something, but if it sits on a rag for more than like a day and a couple days and gets warm, it'll like start to melt into the rag a little bit. A little bit over. Oh. Yeah, it gets frequently deleted and frequently reshared. It's really annoying. I don't know how to handle that. Because we basically, to get rid of it entirely, we have to basically change the whole posting structure of the group, and I really don't want to have to do that. But it's been a big problem. So you could either submit things for posting approval, which is a lot of work because we individually have to go through every post. And when you have to wait for people to review posts, sometimes there's things that are very urgent that you need an answer on, like, hey, how do I take this apart? Hey, how do I fix this? Any help on this? Like, it's nice just to have the immediate response. The other thing is we can do some type of, like, approved posters. Again, that's kind of a monumental, frustrating task. Or we can just try and tweak spam filters until things get better and Facebook eventually figures out how to, like, actually stop that. Because it's really a Facebook problem. And I've asked them, and they're like, yeah, sorry, we're always working on our tools to make your experience better. Thanks, dude. Because, like, comment spam was a really bad thing for a while, too. There was lots of, like, we had a big Cash App wave. A big Cash App wave of spam. That was super frustrating. And then it was like comment after comment after comment was like replying to people with like direct Cash App links. And then they finally gave us some more tools to help with some of that. But the shared video ones and the other ones are, they're tough, man. Because you start putting, like, it's got a 10 character limit to the post. Or, like, minimum of, like, 10 characters to post anything. So if you don't have, like, a little blurb to say about what you're posting, then it doesn't get shared. And that confuses enough people. But it helps. It helps with, like, lazy shared content and stuff. So it's not bad. That's been okay. But then spammers identified that, and then they tweak their bots to act differently. So it's an ever ongoing battle between spammers and people that just want to use the group. So I don't know. There's about 5 or 6 mods right now, and I don't want to just have to like add more because I think that should be plenty. But I think people use the group and then get distracted with other things, and then, you know. Any word on the workforce too? Well, they finally were like, hey, you can do a video about it now. I'm like, oh, cool. I'll get on it. But I have like a full schedule and a class now. I would look at their videos and just make a informed decision based on what their videos say, honestly. Because Kevin does the workforce videos, and he can tell you the main features, the main differences. And if you think that's worth it, then just get the better one. Also, sometimes like it's sold out, so you can't even get the one you want, so go for it. What the heck even happened there? I didn't even change anything. It's just doing it. What the heck? Like, really? Nothing is different about today versus yesterday. But then camera starts being weird. Spammers will end Facebook. I don't know. The thing is, there's nothing that competes with Facebook like Facebook. And that's what's so frustrating. It's like, I would love to see, you know what keeps it alive is the groups. I think the groups is the #1 feature that keeps the whole platform going. People like topic discussion groups. No other platform actually does that. Discord, kind of, but it's a different way of doing it. Oh, shit. I didn't realize that was happening. Oh, I think I just fucked this up. Yep. What a bummer. Damn. I screwed it up a little bit. It shifted. So we'll recut this one. See? This is why we plotter cut these ones. Because then we don't have any problems. I see a gap. I do too. That's why we're fixing them. It was all in the right spot. And then when I ironed out one of the sides, it shifted the whole thing down. So then it essentially tacked itself down, slightly tilted. And there's no way you're gonna fix it. Not clean anyways. So we'll cut out 3, and we'll probably get it done in 1. There we go. Oh, the green squeegee. The tri-edge? That was the last green thing that I was using. Yeah, it's our Detroit Tint Studio Edition tri-edges. He tells me yellow. So the hardness is really modeled off of the yellow ones, but they're all very similar from the yellow down to like the blue. I guess it's 2. I think the pink too, but they're very, very smooth. this set. And same thing. Let's get this on there. I really should have, where is it? Mix things this. So what's nice about Easy Reaches is they're thinner, but they scratch easier. So for specialty work like this, you usually can pop the seals back a little bit easier without ruining or tugging on the film. They're a little sneakier, but they scratch way quicker. So I get a ton more use out of a tri-edge, but get both because you never know where you might need an Easy Reach. I used to pretty much exclusively use Easy Reaches, but that was before a tri-edge, and then tri-edge came out and it's so much better. So the problem here was, see this film? There we go, that's better. Sometimes you have to swipe a section down because there's just a little corner or a little area that is just pressing too tight against the film. So that causes the whole thing to kind of sit loose on the glass. So if I'm a little bit more patient, I can let it tack up a little bit more. There, that's pretty good. Yeah, look at that. Ooh, I like it. That is so, like, perfectly spot on. That's awesome. Now I just want to make sure I don't screw it up. I just got to press the little extra bubbles out, even this corner. Yeah, so Easy Reach is like a brand new one is not going to scratch your tint. But you're digging them into seals and stuff. So they start to wear really quickly. So then they'll start to scratch your film. So they're super handy, and I love them. I've become really selective about where I use it because I can get so much more use out of a tri-edge. Because for the most part, our seals are not like razor tight, like all this stuff here, right? It's decently loose against the glass, even when it pushes a little tighter. This tool is great for the job, so you can go over a lot more of the film. But for when you have these tight gasket edges, this edge here is a little bit blunt in comparison to this. This is a little sharper. So this will sneak into my gaskets better. And so with light use, it's totally fine. Just with a lot of heavy use, you're going to be scratching your film. Pick one up, try them, you'll see the difference. But that's all the door glass. So that's where most of our time is honestly going to be spent, is all the sides. The back glass and the quarters will like speed up a little bit more here, and then we got the sunroof and the windshield. So windshield's definitely going to take a little bit of time, but I'll spend a lot more on the doors just because of those quarter glasses are all funny. And walking around looking for stuff that I should have put somewhere else. The big window looks like 35. The quarter window looks like 34. No. No. What's your thoughts on tinting windshields with chips or small cracks? Don't make the decision for the customer. Just let them know and then go like, hey, there's an inherent risk. It should be okay, but if this, like, a crack is definitely going to spread. Wow, look at that. Beautiful. So there's always some risk when the glass is already damaged. Chips are generally okay if they've already had them fixed or they're small and you don't see a lot of little spidering out from it. But you are heating up the glass in those spots, and temperature is what really makes glass expand and contract and freak out. So you're usually okay with small stuff. Don't sweat it. But you also don't really have to make that decision for the client. You can let them choose and be like, hey, I'm more than happy to tint this. It's got a problem with the glass. Want to make you aware of it. Do you still want to move forward, or do you want to get this fixed first? In most cases, that's what I do. If there's any question, if there's ever like a car question where something might break in order to do it, like with the Ford mirrors, I'm like, hey, I only splice these, is that okay? And if they say, no, that's not okay, then go, okay, I can't do it. You know, there's only so much you can do. Just don't put yourself in any, like, completely unnecessary risk. Whoa. I'm on the phone with the bank right now. I have negative 135. Good God, what the fuck? Yeah, that's a big problem. Somebody is using his stuff right now. At least the good thing about that is a lot of banks will give you like immediate reimbursement, or at least the bigger banks will give you some sort of immediate reimbursement, and then they will then press charges and try and find out who did it. So, at least, I remember. Oh God, that was almost bad. Oh, no, wrong button. Okay, cool. So let's cut out this back window. Whoa, what the heck, dude? Stop. Why did you do that? That made no sense to me. The whole thing just went off track and completely fucked up my film. Why you do this? I thought everything was cool, dude. I honestly have no idea what happened. Yikes. No, stop it. Holy fucking shit. How do we clear it? Maybe it'll be okay. What, is it gonna do the last cut and then leave me high and dry with the other cut? Probably. Please do the first cut, you piece of... Ah, okay, cool. Oh, man. I was really freaking out for a second. Yeah, I would have had to clear it from the computer, but I haven't had to deal with this yet. That was super bizarre to me. See, there's not really a stop button on this thing. I forget which one, like none of these say stop, so I forget which one stops it. I would find a new bank. What do I do? Leave that bank? Oh yeah. Get your money back. Well, oh, okay. It's no. Actually, so there were two like bank conversations going on. Based on how, like, anybody can get your cards and yoink money out of your bank account, but they all are insured up to like $250,000, and good banks will give you your money back, and then they'll go after the people that took the money. So your downtime is very little in between, like, you know, because they'll mail you out some papers that you have to sign or something like that, giving them, like, you know, saying, like, yeah, these were fraudulent charges. We're going to do a full investigative claim and whatever. I've dealt with that before. And it wasn't a big deal. That wasn't the bank's fault. How they fix it is the bank's fault. So there's somebody saying, like, hey, I need access to my money, and he's using a credit union, and they're not giving him his money right now. That's a big problem. But if the bank is not helping you, then what is the point of leaving your money with the bank? Because it's a bank. Overdraft protection had to be used by it. I don't know. That's I'm like half paying attention, so I hope you get your bank issues sorted. That's really shitty. Oh, you're right. The FDIC is an event of the market crashing and the bank going under. You are right. But banks usually do things to keep customers. So having some basic fraud protection things, this is where you find out whether or not it's good. This is like over into the window tint world. This is like if my film fails and that whatever film company that I've went with, put up or shut up. That makes sense.
Daniel Rayner super chatted
Daniel Rayner.
$4.99, doing an Outback also.
Do you mind restarting? Yes, I do. Sorry, there's just these edges. Daniel Reyna with the 10. Thank you. Doing an Outback also. What a happy coincidence. This thing's being frustrating right now. See, when you have your plotter start fucking up, that's when the cut stripe or the blade itself starts going to shit. So I'm going to have to tweak it again and do some test cuts, but this is not the end of the world, especially for a back window, because you just take some extra time and you trim it out, but it is really annoying to have to do. So I hope it didn't just ruin my whole fucking blade. I don't know what happened. I don't know why it just fell off track. I obviously did something, but now I have to try and fix it instead of working, right? So our plotter's good? Yes. Yes, they are. We obviously saved a lot of time on the quarter windows. But then when you have to sit here and do this, it sucks. No, I wanted, the plotter genuinely will save me time on a window like this. Just because of how pinched that is up there. On like a CRV, see, this actually goes really, really far over on the sides and everything. So cutting this one out is just going to take a little bit more time. Do you still have the promo for film cut? Yes. Do you type in Tint Studio? Plotter software. There we go. That's all nicely lined up. Yeah, this is just a decently big back glass compared to a lot of the other hatchback ones. Is your Teflon tape in good condition? I don't know. I haven't had time to check it yet. I'm literally just finding out after doing the cut. Like, I readjusted it, sent a new pattern, and then this back glass is like surprise, surprise. So we'll see. I don't have time to mess with it right now, which is the extra frustrating thing about all plotter software and plotter issues is you typically don't find out until you're in the middle of a job that you have a headache with the job that you're doing. You know? So it's never like an elegant thing. It's never like, oh yeah, I had time to fix these beforehand. So you find out when you're in the middle of doing a bunch of stuff, and then you have to make time afterwards for then fixing it and trying to get back the time that it just took away. But this is good, because you guys get to see the real life. Do you have electrical issues with the Mach-E? No, everything went really well on the Mach-E. It's a very, very straightforward vehicle to do. We're getting into dark territory. I've never had a tool break that I wasn't using. Yep. Yep. So it's how inconvenient does it make your life? So what was really frustrating is just plotter problems were always on like busy days when you just have a lot to do and then the plotter goes down and you're just like, oh damn. But I think it all matters. So it's obviously going to make sense for some people to have and use, and then for some people it's like, I don't want to deal with all that. I'm in the camp of I can usually get it working fine enough, and then occasionally the weirdo problem happens, and I'm glad you guys can see when it does. So then you kind of see where I'm coming from on these things. It just, I don't know, something happened. I gotta now fix it. I can't really see under here, but I can feel. I can see a little bit. I can see like little parts of it. Smooth. From Windshield, yes. Yes, it is. Getting the whole shebang, including the sunroof. That would be interesting. I could just do it on the table. But there's always something about like leaving tint pointing up at the sky. It just never turns out quite as good as leaving it on a sidewall. What's the pay on this job? $750. My car? No, it's a client's car. He is waiting up front. It's cool. He's seen the channel. And he said, take all the time you need. I'm like, heck yeah. Having problems with film rolling up at the bottom of the back glass. Any tips? I'm gonna leave that there. It doesn't want to move. Maybe. What film? Films that curl up off of the bottom. Usually it's the film. A lot of time it's not what you're doing. It's like actually the film. Oh God, that would have been really bad. See that? That is a heat gun sitting on a line. Be careful. That would have burst a little hole there. These lines aren't really that old. That would have really sucked. Probably going to be a few little drips on the camera here. Where is it? There you go. The towels. So these are the ones that I would definitely suggest. This was a test towel. They came from Sun Distributing, actually. Really, really good towels. Global? Really? Oh. That's surprising then. I'm not sure. Like the QDP. Because if there's one thing that I can pretty much always rely on with Global, it's adhesive not letting go. It's pretty fucking solid. So I guess which Global, because I haven't used most. I've only used like the QDP a little bit, but they have a good rep. I don't know, the only other thing that I could think of is too much shrinking at the bottom, causing it to pull. But I'd have to see it. Like, because I think it's honestly hard to over shrink film. I really do. Because when it lays flat on the bottom, it's fine. You can drive to Sun Distributing and get a new hose. Like, I have time. Barely got out there yesterday to pick up all the student stuff. I mean, it is nice that they're up the road, yeah, but time. Time, my dude. QDP. Yeah, I don't know. If it's on one car, then the car. If it's on multiple cars and they're all different, it's got to be the film. It's a great film, just sometimes rolls up. Yeah, I don't know. I wish I had a better answer for you. I've never heard of that with it, so that's kind of scary because they have a pretty known for having a good film/adhesive. Probably gonna have just a couple little things. Let's press down on the inside because we were shrinking against that spoiler. What do you have on your personal vehicle? Oh, it's not that exciting. I have 50 on the windshield, and 35 on the front doors, and then 20 on the rear. I like doing 20 on the front doors better with, like, my favorite is like 50 and 35, or 35 on the windshield, 20 on the sides. I had to pick just like a comfortable shade to drive with. It's not exactly a good shade to try and show as an example because it's just very dark. So when somebody's like, yeah, I don't want my car to look that dark, I'm like, oh, bummer. But I have the class car right now, so not much was able to be shown. But yeah, 35 on the windshield is like a super comfortable shade. But showing an example of it was never super helpful. So then I did 50, 35, and 20, because most people have questions about the difference between 20 and 35. It's the hardest thing to just explain at the counter. It's like, okay, can I see something? But yeah, when you see it in action, especially with 50 on the windshield, 50 is a light shade, but once you see it on the windshield, then you can like, oh, that is actually kind of dark. Dark looking-ish. Dark enough to where you can tell it's tinted, and it does a fair amount for you. Doesn't block out like a ton of glare, but it looks really good. That one all pretty nice. Just gonna wipe this off. We got those rear quarters to do. So I'll look at the plotter real quick, but I don't have a lot of time to spend on it. I can probably do the exact same things that I did, but let me just look at this blade. So basically all I can do is like lightly tweak this blade and up the pressure and then do a test cut, yeah. And cross my fingers that it didn't just screw up the cut strip real bad or anything. Because I mean, it's going to be real slight. It doesn't seem any different than it was. You can see where it's been cutting, but I think the cut strip is probably fine. The harder thing is, like if it dulled the blade, then you're just getting a new blade. That's the easiest thing to replace, but then you're tweaking everything again. Because it's all set up for a slightly duller blade. Oh, you know what? That makes sense. Aye. Aw, you came by. You know what? I think when it reset the force cannon. I think it reset the force. So it was cutting at 60 instead of 75, which is too light for the ceramic. So this next cut should be much better. I still don't know why it did a weird thing on me, but here, let's do that. Whatever. GoPro. What settings do you normally have the heat gun when shrinking film? I turn all the heat guns up all the way, all the time. I control the heat with distance. What are the best lint-free towels? I mean, I just like the yellow Costco ones. I don't think you need lint-free. When you learn where the dirt is coming from, like leaving little bits behind, wiping stuff off with towels, like it's gonna happen regardless. There's always gonna be some microscopic small thing around that's gonna be left behind from anything you do. So the only way to get that surface squeaky clean is to honestly just squeegee it. So if you wipe it off with a towel and you obviously are going to squeegee it afterwards, that squeegee then takes care of whatever lint was left behind, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, you can get away with using any types of towels. The Costco ones just come in big bulky packs. Or big packs, and they're good enough. They're like reasonably soft. You get a lot of them. I don't like their yellow, but I think that's probably one of the ugliest colors that they could pick, maybe. But white ones get annoying too, because then you never want to use them. Okay, see, that went a ton better. So it was my bad. I missed something. Freaked out for no good reason. How's that one set up? So this is gonna go on this side. Just kidding, it goes up on the other side. No way, Sam's Club has green towels? Seriously? Oh, shit. But I don't like Sam's Club. Oh no, we're fine. I could shrink this a little bit, but I kind of like tweaked the orientation of them. But this is fine. I don't need to do anything. Really? Sam's Club has green towels? I don't want to get a Sam's Club membership just for that. Oh, well there that goes. I know these things like typically come out, right? Yeah. So, what is that hooked on? Oh, there's that bottom part. Sweet! Let's make some space. There. That makes all the sense in the world for me now. We went to the other wholesale club, was it BJ's Wholesale Club? Out of curiosity. It's like if Walmart and Costco had a weird child. That's what that place is. So, I like Costco. You love those laceless shoes? Dude, I have nothing but these shoes. We have spent so much more money at Skechers. It's like the new old man shoe. I love it. They're really, really light. They're super comfortable. And I never have to tie laces. They're amazing. And then you can throw them in the washing machine. I mean, how can you complain? I got too much to do. I don't have time to. You know, when you walk in and out of a house, like, oh, you gotta get this, like, we forgot this for the baby. We gotta get this, we gotta get that. Then I'm like putting them on and off like 5 times before we go. Nothing's wrong with Skechers. I'm just saying. No, it's all good. I'm just one of those weird topics. I love these shoes. You're one of those people that don't really care about brands. Not a ton. It's more like, does it work? I'm more impartial to stuff that just works. So I think for some things, brands are cool and they can carry weight with them. Like, oh, I would trust what this company usually puts out because they got a lot riding on it. But yeah, as far as like clothing and shoes, not really. Yeah, the first pair are black. I wore through them. I got another black pair. I have a gray pair, and I have like a dark gray and white pair. You know, I put on a regular pair of shoes, and I can't believe how heavy regular shoes are and uncomfortable. They're like about as light and comfy as I could imagine they can make them without literally falling apart every time you use them. It hyped me to get some Van slippers. I'll have to check those out. Today's, yeah, can we get it like a Skechers sponsorship and a Lowe's sponsorship? That would be awesome. No, and it's cool too because they don't have anything that can like scratch and damage a car. Like they're really easy to take on and off. So they're just very practical. When you hit a certain age, you just want practicality. It's really about just having too many things to do. Like, the more things that inconvenience your life, it's like I need the things that work. Oh, if you're in a... So, wintertime, they weren't super smart. Yeah, the shoes, like, if you're tinting in puddles, you got to be careful of water dripping down from the doors, little things like that. Yeah, because your feet will get wet. But, you know, I try to avoid that anyways. So they're fine. You don't need waterproof shoes. Last quarter. And then we can get started on this windshield, and we'll finish up with the sunroof. I want to just focus on that windshield. This old Altima windshield is kicking my ass. Any tips? Not really. We just had we did a Maxima windshield for the class. Hard windshields are just difficult. Pull string kit, watch the videos. A curved windshield is just a hard thing to shrink. That's usually what it is. So you'll see with the windshield on this one what we'll do to pull shrink it, but it's hard to give general shrinking advice. You know, I wonder if I can record this. Let's just try a thing. So, I've been trying to put a couple little things together to make filming as convenient as possible. So I've had this for like a while. We're just putting it back into use. I also got a little SD card reader for my phone because phone editing is plenty okay. So what I kind of want to do here is another shrinking tutorial or video, just in better detail. So we'll do it live, and then I'll have that camera going, and then if the footage looks good, then I think I'm gonna post it. But we are doing 70. Go back to pretty uncut video with voiceover, super basic. But yeah, I haven't used this thing in a long time. Why not 5? Oh, I don't know. Do cops notice 70? I don't know. I think it's really hard for anybody to notice it, so probably not. The more a car kind of fits in with traffic, the less likely you are to ever get hassled for it. So 35 and 70 especially. I wouldn't worry about it. Do you have a good tripod recommendation from Amazon? No, it's a great place to find that stuff, though, because there's like 100 of them. So it kind of just depends on what your use case is. Do you want something small? Do you want something bigger? I don't know what it's called, but I look for some things that were really helpful were something more of like a monopod stand. So it's an actual monopod with like a real small footprint. And then they'll have little phone stands, so just like, you know, you got really quick height adjustment off of something like this, and you're not really gonna knock it over very easily. And it doesn't take up a lot of foot room. Something like this is great. This is this right here. And there's like other ones just like it. So there you go. Search whatever that was. Tools to Bulgaria. I'm sorry, I can't actually. Oh, this is 35. We don't want to do Pro Nano 35. I mean, we do, but not 35 when it's not requested. Does it feel good quality and sturdy? I mean, it feels fine. It's like aluminum poles. Kind of just depends on where your price points are. So, I don't remember what they cost, but they weren't very expensive. With anything like that, just expect it to be good enough to do the job. Get one, try it. If it sucks, return it. I really like, this is where I go back to like watching Casey videos. The dude would just use anything. Anything was good enough to get the job done. So for that, it's like, yeah, it's fine. It works, it goes up and down, it's really convenient. I'm not standing on it. Do you send tool samples? Not if I want to have a place to live. That's also why I don't sell on Amazon. Holy shit. Because then Amazon takes the percentage, and then people are 100% responsible for like everything else. You got to pay for like 2 days shipping in a lot of cases too, unless it's fulfilled by Amazon, which takes a bigger percentage. Where can you find mirror film? Amazon, actually. Amazon, eBay, they're all kind of sketchy stuff. Send the sliver of the hybrid. That's not helpful. Who's the guy for watching good marketing on TikTok? So good marketing in general, Devin Nash. He focuses on a lot of social media platforms. He doesn't have specific TikTok, like what types of videos to make, because creative is always the challenge. But good practices and stuff like that. Watch a lot of what he talks about. Dude, he's super smart. And he's a big practitioner of everything that he's talked about. So I watched him grow his YouTube channel while I was watching him from like 20,000 subs to 130,000. He does real shit. He doesn't post as much anymore though. That's kind of sad, but he's got a huge library. All the stuff is very, very practical. And he's got a Patreon where he's putting out like newsletters and stuff. Do I need an SD card? Oh no, I have one in here. Okay, so this is gonna be a little bit more challenging because like, you know, it's 70%. But if we can like, where are we gonna start? Let's figure that out first. Let's do the bottom. And we'll just see how this goes. I'm not expecting. With learning, oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, I learned a lot from him. When he was live streaming, I would actually ask him a fair amount of questions too. It was hard to get a question in, but I did the whole like, you know, he was on Twitch, so whatever Twitch's version of a super chat is. All right, let's try that. We'll just try it. That's how you learn. You try it, see how it works, and then you adjust. So one of the reasons that I even have some products in other stores, like the Glass Aid stuff at like Sun Distributing, is because I was like, hey, oh, dude, what do you think about distributors? We're making a Tint movie. But you can't get close. It's too hard. There isn't any other way to like get really close with the camera other than literally a boom arm over it, unless you're putting stuff on the paint. So I'm not even expecting to really use that footage. We'll see what it looks like, and if it's helpful, we'll post it. But we did the CRV one. It was really simple to put together. Hopefully we'll do the same with this. But my idea is just to kind of do the thing and then voice over afterwards. Because anytime I try and explain something while I'm working on it, it's not too bad live. But then in a video, I like stumble over my words and repeat myself and whatever, so we're just gonna film it. But having a quick way to showcase stuff I've been neglecting for a long time. No more excuses. There's that. All right, now we readjust. There we go. And like, I don't even have a crazy camera up there anymore. I have my little point and shoot Canon, which is a little beast for what it is. Okay, so top corners on windshields especially, this one isn't that bad, but just like on the CRV, pulling the film flat is really, really helpful in getting everything to shrink right. Because you're just flattening out the film. And you're basically preventing it from bunching up all in one spot. So there's so many peaks and valleys that when you just pull it on the end, like here, just like flatten it out where you're shrinking, like straight ahead, you're allowing that film to be shrunk nice and even. Here we go. So my question is, how well is 70 going to show up on camera? That I don't know. But yeah, so I got this thing quite a while ago. Oh God, That's a really bad thing to happen. It's basically like a wheelie tripod thing. You gotta pick it up from the bottom, not from the tripod. So it's basically like a tripod wheel stand, and then it's gonna have problems with all the cords that we put everywhere. So that's a thing. And then I took this tripod head off of a Joby mount, which is just really, really quick and easy to change, and it's a quick disconnect plate. And then I took I got a little aluminum cage for my camera, so now it's easy to remove the SD card. So I can change the battery and remove the SD card without actually taking it off of the mount. All those little things help a lot, actually. They just make everything much quicker. And then I have a little remote here if I want to use a remote. There we go. Then we'll just kind of figure out what angles work well and adjust. How do you shrink with a card? I always crease it. You're just pressing down the film too fast together, but if a glove works for you, I mean, hell, that's awesome. I never got used to the glove, so it goes like that both ways. I don't use a glove, I just use my hand. Whoa. That's next level, actually. That's cool. All right, one more time. Readjust. Cool. We got the shot. Right about there. See, that's so convenient. Right about there. First try. What the fuck? It took me more than one try, for sure. Just about knowing what to look for. Let the heat gun do the work. Cool. All right, that's that. Nice. I used to work in a kitchen, so I'm used to the heat. Oh, wow. Canon. What timing? All right, let me swap out a battery here. That's cool. Everybody else, we all have baby hands, so. I got new cables on this too. So we had some camera hiccups last time, so hopefully those are going to be okay now. Seems to have been working great. I would not have thought that the little right angle connector wears out. It doesn't, it like wiggles a little bit, and I think eventually it works the connection on the actual connector loose. Two words for that shrinking, voodoo. Well, it's not. It's just practice, man. I make mistakes. Dude, I had to redo a CRV windshield 3 times. Not from shrinking, though. Shrinking I got right away. I couldn't explain it. So you know this ceramic CRV that we did? There were like a couple little things in the line of sight, and I was like super bummed. And then there were a few things in the line of sight, and that was no good, so I had to redo it. And I ended up redoing it like 3 times in a row because I couldn't, I don't know what was happening. It just wasn't going great. Wait, if I can shrink without a glove, am I good? Yeah, dude, that's awesome. Most people have to use something. Like I use a card. If I didn't have a card, then that's not good. I'm wandering around looking for my card. If you can just use your hand and shrink whatever, like you don't need anything special. I can take like a little heat, but I get that heat gun too close to my hand and it starts hurting, so I'm good. Use a gold card after I lay everything down with my hand. See, that's totally fine as long as the glass is clean. I stopped using the hard Teflon cards because when I was shrinking, every once in a while I'd run into like a little piece of sand or something. So that's one reason I'll use a felt card over a hard card, but that's like the only main reason that I use it. Is just to avoid stuff ripping through the film and like really tough creases. I recorded a video of myself doing it first try. Dang! But I want a felt card, but I'm broke. Aw. Well, keep doing it, make some money. That's cool. You've been paying attention. First time I did it took me 27 minutes. What the fuck? Yeah, that's quick. First time shrinking any windows for lots of people doesn't go well at all. I think they just don't pay attention. All right. Quick question, more soap for cold or warm weather? So colder weather, just things dry out slower in the wintertime. So when I'm trying to get stuff tacked up on the glass, I maybe use a little bit less soap. Just because if not, the glass is cold and the film is sliding around a lot. If it's hot, the film is drying much quicker because things dry in heat. So, in those cases, I will adjust. But Not really a ton. I think my son's in here too. Is he here? Watch him go. Ah! Lukey! Hi! Come here. Oh, no, I'm gonna go the other way. He probably doesn't recognize the headset. So if you put like a face mask on or something weird, like even if I take it's better with my glasses, but like the first time I took my glasses off in front of him, he's like looking at me like, who's this dude? So, like, I think that's my dad, but he's fucking weird right now. I don't want anything to do with him. I'm out. I used to think Lexan shrinks like shit, used good film, and now I'm getting better at learning the way it shrinks. Yeah, everything just is a little bit different from the last thing. So I still think it's not the easiest. It's not the easiest thing in the world. But you can definitely get used to it. And it just speaks volume when you move to something that shrinks a little bit easier, because you're like, oh, okay, that's what I was dealing with. What drives me a little crazy is just like if you haven't tinted before and you're setting yourself up with things that make it a lot more difficult, I just don't want people to get the wrong impression. So I have a hard time just going like, yeah, it's a great film, it's cheap, and then they try it and they're like, okay, this isn't going as easy for me as it is for you. Film matters. Some. It doesn't even have to be geo. That's what I keep saying, it doesn't have to be geo. It just has to be relatively straightforward to work with. So you're not gonna find that in a, oh God, there it is. So you're not gonna find that in a lot of cheaper carbon films, where you're covering the cameras / sensors, because I don't want to spray them. We're dealing with some sensitive stuff right here, so gonna just be as careful as I can. But I'd like to get this mirror out of the way if I could. Ooh, cool. Yep. Because this is all standard mirror stuff. There's nothing smart built into this. Not really, right? But this camera system, yeah, it's an eyesight system that sees through the whole windshield. Subaru is very touchy about their system, so. Going to just cover those up so they don't get any accidental spray, because there's like, basically like a camera lens. I mean, duh, but there's like the housing, it's recessed in there, covered over the plastic. Just create a nice little shield so I don't have to try and like wipe off anything that might leave anything onto cameras. But should be fine. But yeah, most automakers are putting them in a spot on the windshield that doesn't have any like space between it. It's just tucked into the top, and I like that a lot better. Subaru has been kind of way different about their systems. They're, out of all the systems, the most touchy. I don't know why they don't. They just approached it differently than a lot of other companies, and they're like, that was one of their major things, was trying to build like the best system, the most accurate and touchy system around. It'll make tinting easier. Not exactly. So if you do like a windshield strip right in front of it, the system's probably not going to work. They say not to put anything on the glass, including like Rain-X. They're just like, yep, just leave your windshield alone. Don't do anything to it. So there's obviously got to be some like real world tolerances there. So I've read light films are fine, or have been, but I can't guarantee, it's nothing I can guarantee. I can just give that disclaimer. So that's what I do. That's exactly right. There's mixed reviews. So I'm happy to tint it. I'm happy to not tint it. It's 100% up to the person getting the vehicle if they want to take a chance and see how it works out. But it's definitely nothing that I can be responsible for. It's just I can do the best to protect it, put out a good job that's nice and clean, and then from there, if it works, awesome, should be okay. If it doesn't, I'm sorry. You know, just like anything aftermarket. Love my 20% geo windshield. Dark. That's cool. But definitely a little dark. I don't like to go that dark. All right. Now we are going to, where's my tools? There it is. Now the fun parts. Rolling up. No, I haven't. Nobody's reached back out. I haven't done one in ever, really. So or in quite a long time. I just don't get very many Subarus. And you have that, like, you know, the mixed thing about the system anyways, so, you know. But then again, we're also doing 70. It's so light. Set up the boom camera in the center. No, we're gonna just focus on getting this done right. We'll do another windshield though soon enough. And we'll try and film the install. I want to get some inside perspective with some outside perspective when doing a windshield, so. Aw, that's cool. Getting a TV in the shop so I can watch the live streams while I work. Hell yeah. That's super cool. I did a 15. Oh, I did a windshield and they did a 15% strip and then the eyesight. Yeah, that makes sense. Because below a certain percentage, like, it's a visual camera system. So the more light that you're knocking down, the more that camera has to adjust its exposure, and it's only got a certain range of what it can deal with practically before it starts throwing errors and stuff. So I wouldn't expect a windshield strip at all to be okay, but down to like a certain percentage of film, how low, I'm not sure. I would imagine 50 would be totally fine too, but again, this is a 22, they're touchy, blah, 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 blah. So we don't know. We don't know unless somebody in the community literally buys one and then tries a lot of shades, which nobody's gonna do that. Not a single, can't even get you guys to test different carpet shields. Followed by, where can I get the plastic film you use on door panels? Son of a bitch. What timing. Carpet shield from Lowe's, Home Depot, or Amazon. That was great timing. I did. Okay. I did 35% on a cross-track. Nobody had, or no problems with it. Cool. Somebody did 5% windshield strip, and then they had to cut holes for it. So probably 35 is going to be your safe limit, which makes a lot of sense. 35 is genuinely a light shade until you finally put it on the windshield, and then it kind of looks a little dark. Well, it looks dark on the outside, not so much the inside. And you can see it on a display board. As soon as you get to like 20% and like below 20%, things really drastically make a change into 5%. 20, 15, 5, it gets pretty crazy. So I would still 100% always leave it as a disclaimer. I'm not even going to say, I can't guarantee it. %70 is light, but it's amazing too, because you can have a virtually clear windshield with the same heat rejection. So it's not a decision. Like, that's what's so special about ceramics, is if you've driven around with heat rejection, which this client, he had ceramic on his last vehicle. The windshield had to get replaced, and he didn't have ceramic, and he was very sad. Big difference. When you have it, you never want to get rid of it. When you've never had it, you're still skeptical until you get it. But you still, with other films, you still get a really nice tint job without it. Do you give discounts to returning customers? No, because where else are they going to go? I mean that in the nicest possible way. So, I don't know. I do like little discounts when you're getting a full windshield anyways. So this job is actually like, if I was full boat with windshield full price, I already knock a little off of the windshield. Because it becomes a real big stretch going into the full windshield. But if I'm just doing front doors and a windshield, then it's full price for windshield. So there's already, like, it just kind of depends on what you're getting. But in order to do this type of business where I'm literally spending a bunch of hours streaming, putting a lot of work into it, like, it always cost me the same amount to do. So that's why I'm not really set up to give discounts, especially on bulk, because it's not just another car I can add in my day. It is my day. I feel like this went really well. I don't want to speak too soon, but I think it's been going nice. Let me get my towels. A free banner. I don't like doing banners enough to do free banners. All right, where's my... There's that. Let me put this back down here. And then where's my big squeegee? I think we put it on the... Did we leave it up there? No, we didn't. Oh, we put it over on the table. I can't give you a free banner, but a free roll of film. A free piece of film to do your own banner. And I'll send you to a video that'll teach you how to do it. No. I think there's like, so every business is different. The way that things are run here, I just don't have room to, like, it's also not the type of business that I'm trying to attract either. But I don't really get offended by somebody asking, like, hey, is there any way you can knock some off of the price? It's just kind of, I've already charged everybody this price. It's kind of disingenuous to the people that I've already charged. I'm sorry. That allows me to continue doing what I'm doing. You like everything that I'm doing here? You want to get your car tinted here? Awesome. It's just, this is kind of what it costs for me to do it. Because this place is really different from a lot of shops. This place is not necessarily tint shop first. This is kind of media first, with tint jobs being like the feature of that. And when you go to be just a tint shop, the media suffers. It really does. So you have to like pick and choose. And I could maybe pick and choose my days. But then the other thing that I've noticed is like there's a lot of people that actually want to see their cars on stream too. So then I have to pick and choose that. I don't know. This is the way I wanted to do it. This is the way I like it. Okay, I'm going to take like a deep breath right now and try and soak all this windshield in. But this is so friggin' nice. Yep. Holy shit. Oh my God, it looks so good. That's always like works up my nerves. Because I swear, I did the CRV windshield the exact same way 3 times in a row. It wasn't until the 3rd time till I got a damn near perfect result. I really wish sometimes I knew why. If I messed up a windshield, I knew why, but I swear it's like a toss-up. I have no idea. Sometimes it'll just be some random shit in the middle of my windshield. And I'm like, where did that come from? I don't know. But this one looks spectacular. So we don't have to redo it. Hell yeah. Here, I'm gonna leave that on, and then I will remove it in a little bit. Let me get everything wiped down first before I get too crazy. Heck yeah! Really, really solid. So now we only have a sunroof to do, which is nice. Not much stress now. Yes. We're gonna do 20 on the sunroof. I don't think I can plot this though. %, because it's looking up at the sky. So everything is always brighter when it's looking up at the sky. So when you do like a 20% over the privacy, there we go. Don't wipe off the eyesight cameras, never wipe off the eyesight cameras. If it's like camera lenses, same thing with those. You always be careful about wiping off camera lenses. So soaps and whatever can leave stuff. I actually taped over the lenses, like not on the lens, but over the plastic that covers it, so it'll all remove clean and stuff. Yep, makes total sense. Oh, this is awkward. Yeah, the hybrid, like any of these handled squeegees, you need to spray the film. So the only one that I have, actually, tri-edges, whoa, that was a, woo. Tri-edges you can swipe over film dry, because they're plasticky, they're not squeegee-y. And believe it or not, this Tint Studio squeegee, this you can do dry. It's actually a great backup window or back window touch-up squeegee. So you saw me pull this one out earlier. When you're heating up these edges and kind of drawing them out and pressing that film back down, you can use like a card, but the card might scratch. If you want something to be a little bit softer and safer, this will work a lot better. It still has some grab to it, but you can actually even shrink a back window with one of these things. So it just skips over the film a little bit nicer. Kind of like a really niche use case, but you can. All right. So that is all set. We're gonna let that sit for a minute. I'm gonna see what makes sense for this guy. Because if I can see the whole thing, I don't need a light. But I typically need a light for some of it. There's too many hardware things. MacTac felt block, yes. MacTacs are awesome. My felt cards are very similar. MacTac, I think, is a little more rigid. In a good way, though. I'm so happy about the quarters and the windshield right now. Those are the two things that I swear, no matter how many times I get these, it's always like a little concerning. Because I really don't want to have to ever do a windshield twice. And quarter windows, they're just kind of a toss-up. Sometimes they go really well, and sometimes I like want to rip my hair out trying to get those things done. Because they're pretty unforgiving. But this is pretty straightforward. What kind of tape is that? Glass Aid. Oh my God, it didn't work. Glass Aid. There you go. I cut on it. Helps keep the blade off of the car. How many towels do you go through per car? If I'm running really low on towels, I'll really stretch a towel or two out for an entire car. When I have a lot of towels, I'll keep wiping. I'll wipe a couple, like most of the windows off, and then I'll toss it in the bin and grab another towel. You can never have enough towels. I mean, the main thing is like just drying. Because when you wipe it on something and it starts leaving smear marks, I hate that. Especially when you go to clean up a car. You don't want that. Okay, where is my... That's Pro Classic. Costco towels? Yes. Yes, they are. Nothing uber fancy. I get a lot of them. They have like a nice softness to them, but they're not like Walmart shit towels. Costco's good for that. Every once, like most of the stuff, you don't really save much money at Costco. I end up spending like $100 every time I walk in the store. But every once in a while, there's like something that you can get there that is just such a deal that it makes a membership worth it. And towels are one of those things that I've actually bought enough of where it's like definitely worth it. Yeah, qualities have dropped with a lot of them. Even Costco changed their towels too, a little bit. They used to be thin tags, now they're big fat tags, and they changed a little bit. Like, there's lots of shitty microfibers that just move the water around. They're not really like, they don't really absorb water. They just smear things. But it's a towel, right? So it's hard to explain. But like the T-Town towels, speaking of, these are just awesome. When you feel this towel in comparison to a Walmart one, there's no comparison. I just got 70 more towels to make. We're gonna keep you busy, bud. You're gonna have a lot more than that. You're probably gonna have to just be a towel printer now. For every $100 you spend at Costco, you get $2 back. Is that only with their elite membership, though? We had that. We got, I don't know. We had a full year from them. We got like a check for like $15 or something. I don't know. It was really little. It's like, oh, that's pointless. At least it felt really pointless. So I don't know. All right, so we got to shrink this, and then we'll install it, and then we'll touch everything up, and she'll be all ready to go once we put that mirror back on. What time is it? 1:50? Oh, we're doing great. Shrink it on the outside. What's up? So with ceramic, like, so if you're just getting Pro Classic, full windshields start at 150. I was just doing windshields for 130 on dyed film, carbon, like 160, and ceramic was like 200. Because I'm really happy to add a full windshield onto a job. It's a big deal. So if I'm just pulling in an appointment to do only the windshield, then there's, there's the setup time and appointment time and everything that comes into play. If I'm working on a car and then just adding a windshield, it's a really nice add-on. So for ceramic, I'm doing 200 for like the full windshield on that. There we go. But it's so light, it doesn't even seem like we tinted it. Oh, it looks so good. Okay, we'll peel this off. I'm gonna keep the orientation the same. So when I walk this over here, I don't ever want to be confused on which is the front and which is the back. Is 160 too cheap for ceramic on a windshield? It's hard to say. Feels a little, because then where's your standard pricing at? Like, so what do you charge for just a windshield? And then what do you charge for like a carbon windshield? Yes, Costco towels. We've said it a lot today. A lot of towel questions. Interesting. Okay, let me get these. We're gonna be spraying. Yes, we need Lowe's. We need Costco. We need, who was the last one? There was another sponsor that we need. Maybe one day. It would be so great to get like such a big generic sponsor that was just like, yeah, just do your thing. Okay. Let me take this one off. He's got Tux mat. We got those. We got those for our van. Black Magic. I don't think Black Magic wants to be a sponsor. You know, Gila is actually owned by Lumar Eastman, but it's not owned by Lumar, but Eastman owns Gila, and that's their AutoZone brand. And what was really funny was there's a dealer not far from me, and oh shit, maybe I can get Formula One from them. They called me and they're like, hey, you're getting some attention because I just got called by like some of the higher ups at Lumar. And you're drawing some attention. I was like, really? They're like, yeah, they saw like a video about Gila. I was like, oh. Wow, cool. And then I never heard anything since, so it was kind of a big nothing thing. I need a damn Sun Distributing sponsor. You gotta work, man. I worked with that company Like, I worked at their tint shop. And I was like, hey, there'd be something really cool that we can do here. And then just nothing ever happened. And now I have my own shop. And eventually they came around. Did Lexan try and sponsor you? Yes, they've sent me quite a few emails that I have not responded to. Get this. There we go. I always feel bad. I know it's business, but I always feel bad because there's actual people that care about their brand behind any brand, and I just don't think we align very closely. I thought, like, I actually talked to them before, and I did like a little promotion, but it was different. GeoShield? GeoShield was... Sell out, bro, and get that check. Yo, I wouldn't do that unless everybody was like, yeah, just do it. We know. It's all good. But I think that would only run for so long. Okay, but so Geo's a real interesting company because they've been around for quite a while. They were one of the first companies to come out with a ceramic film. They called it, like the carbon and ceramic films, they called it dark matter. So they've always been pushing in that direction. They reached out a while ago and they wanted to, like, hey, is there any way that we could, like, sponsor a video or something? So they just saw what I was doing and they asked a long time ago. And then much later on, I was like, hey. Oh, wait. No, let me back up a little bit. So we did a video, and then we ended up later on doing like another one. And what was cool was they're like, okay, so we do like some general social media, like we got a company that handles it. We do this. I looked at everything that we did for the year. Your video did the best, period. So I always like to quote from him, I like to invest in things that work, and there's clearly something here. So can we do like some other videos or something? I was like, yeah, sure. So we did another video. And then I ended up doing the live stream stuff much later on. And once I kind of got that rolling, I was like, hey, I have this live stream thing now, and it seems to be going pretty well. Do you want to help support it? And because we did the other stuff, we had real loose guidelines for the beginning. Like, it was just kind of like, yeah, we can help out some. We don't really know what it's going to do, but we're willing to just like try it and see how it goes. So it was very much a relationship built up over time too. It wasn't just like one day I'm like, yo, and they're like, yeah. So that's pretty much how most of them have come about. Does GeoShield provide you with free? No, I actually have to pay for the film. I get a discount on film, and they pay to be a channel sponsor. They still get money from me, though. But I've been pretty open about that from anybody that asks. Because I get put in a tough spot. Because everybody asks what film do I use, and obviously using any film for my business has to work for my business. You should rework that contract. Maybe one day. So, some of these companies, like, all right. We're getting a little bit into behind the scenes, which is okay. I don't know why I can't get this little bit to lay down. It just needs to dry. Let me just dry this for a minute. You should renegotiate that contract. I agree to an extent. None of these companies are like massive companies with huge marketing budgets. The ones with the big marketing budgets and the big names, the staple companies, they're not doing this. They're still way too corporate. So there's just too many politics in the way of a lot of places like that. Which is unfortunate, but that's just kind of how it is. But what I've noticed too is if I partnered with a bigger company, it wouldn't be the same. It wouldn't be the same for a lot of people. There'd be territories, there would be minimum order limits. Like, there'd be a lot of barriers to just getting film and started. So I want to still work with a company that is like kind of in this scrappy mentality of like, yeah, we just want to work with good people and get people film. And they do an amazing job of that, and they carry a killer product. So the channel is really about teaching and giving you all the info you need to go out there and make your own thing. Just make a good living. So any hurdles to like things where some people can get it and other people can't, I don't really like that. Oh, I don't disagree with that. This is new ground for window tinting. It really is. Big companies are reasonably behind, and window tint companies are 5 years behind everything. So that one, I bet if you sit down with corporate companies such as XPEL, Lumar, 3M, I guarantee you they'll work on something in the contract that's worth what you're bringing to the table. No, and maybe? XPEL, I don't think so. Lumar, no. 3M, I haven't really tried, so I'm not sure. I just want you to get what you deserve because you've helped out so many people, including myself. I appreciate that a lot. But like, here's the thing. Like, again, all those little things that I talked about, like if all of a sudden I turn into a Lumar dealer, which I've said I think they have good films, but they have a big barrier to entry. So if somebody's like, yo, where can I get Lumar from? Like, that's a good amount of people here. I'm sorry. It's just, sorry, dude, you can't get it. And I hate that. I hate that a lot. That's one reason why XPEL is definitely a no, too. 3M, I don't think is that way. But again, it's really expensive stuff. I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure it's worth it. I think it is, like, it's just like Lumar. I think it is if you leverage their branding. If you have people walking in your shop and they're like, hey, what kind of type of film that you use? And you go, I use 3M, and they're like, oh, shit, okay. And then they're all on board. But if that doesn't really carry any weight in your shop, then it doesn't matter. So I appreciate it, but I don't want to be too much of a shill either. I genuinely picked up Geo because it was like where I was at, I was using Avery and I was using one film from Avery. I mean, if I really wanted to try and go that route, I would have just kept using Avery and trying to use their other lines. I just didn't feel like it was a good fit. And then we tested out Carbon, the C2 stuff, and that's what really was like, well, I've been at least friendly with this company for a while. I really like C2. I can trust their regular stuff, and their ceramic was really impressive from the videos that I did. So it seems like kind of a no-brainer to go try them. So they were a genuine choice, and then everything kind of came about after the fact. So I wasn't really banking on it. It was just kind of like, hey, wouldn't that be cool if eventually all this shit kind of happens to work out? I had a lot of ideas that didn't work out. This happened to be one of those things that kept kind of working out until now we're here. It's really cool. I hope to see other companies do the exact same thing. Because it's kind of amazing to me that all these film companies with as big of a resource as they have don't really do much other than like they don't have any yeah. It's just it's unreal to me. How do tint companies not have like real-time training programs online? Like what? Why do you have to go elsewhere? I hope they're listening, because what? Does that make sense? Oh yeah, I gotta put that in too. So we're gonna roll this back up. Cool. You need to fire their marketing team. XPEL has their own. No, they've got actual training class that you can go to as a dealer for like $1,000. As far as I know, that's all they got though. I mean, then there's like there's literally Marco with his own shit doing his own thing associated with XPEL. Like, what? Why don't they just do something? Because they want you to be in their program, and then they'll take care of you. XPEL in terms of modern style ways of thinking are way ahead of everybody else. Yeah, I agree. And they're, I agree with that. And I still think that they're behind in things, or it just doesn't align with their business, so they don't do it. They got shareholders to appease. Again, when you start getting into like a much more corporate company, things are decided as a committee, and they're not as willing to take as many different risks and stuff. And also, they're growing their business in a very different way. You notice what they did recently was they bought Permaplate. And their goal is to sell as much film as they can. That's any window film company's job, is sell as much film as they can. So rather than try and teach people, which only makes so much money, right? They go after existing markets, like Permaplate, which was basically outfitting dealers with software and plotters, and then they just sell a lot more film. It's a multi-million-dollar deal in that case, where just generally getting your name a little bit farther out there on a social media channel isn't as big of a scale thing. So, but that being said, I still don't know why they don't do much, because it's not like they have to pick and choose. They can do a whole lot more stuff. So maybe one day. Where's 57 minutes? Oh, good. Then we're right on time. I said this would take about 4 hours. Boom. Boom. Oh, this windshield looks great. How much would you charge per hour for tint? I don't charge by the hour. Some people do like $100-ish per hour of like removal, but I don't charge per hour. Plotter software, $85 a month. Last I checked. Did really good on these quarters. Quarters, back window, I'm starting to be able to trust it a lot more. That's cool. Too many bad years of plotter software. Dang. This turned out really, really, really nice. I'm very, very proud of this one. Especially this freaking windshield. Okay. So, I do like 100 laps around a car just to make sure I don't see anything extra. Have you tried film and vinyl design? Yeah, I did like a while ago. They were funny. I just didn't have a great experience with it. Their top edges were funky, and then they made their back window patterns worse. So I think most of the really good softwares are unfortunately too locked down, so kind of hard to recommend anything. Alrighty, cool. Well, let's finish up here. Canon. That's a lot of stuff right there. Alrighty. Haven't had problems with film and vinyl. It's been a long time since I've looked at them. I had funky top edges, man. For whatever reason, like I had heard this from Kevin too, not long ago. And he was like basically mirroring all my concerns with film and vinyl. Basically they, like at the time the top edges on hit or miss, they would, so your top edge goes like this, and for whatever reasons they would do this and then curl up at the top. Like the top corners were always like higher, so you'd have to set it down farther. Film Design 4.0. Yeah, but then they can change the interface, but they still got a pattern database. So they just got to make actual fixes to all their patterns. It wasn't about like the version. Because that's how it works. They get the patterns, they scan them in, they lay them out, and then do they quality check it? I couldn't fucking tell at the time. So I just had really bad experiences with it. Maybe I'll give them a go again. But it's like a year commitment, I think, just to try them out or something. I don't know. Like they send you like a USB thing. It's not really like I can just hop on and try it. Does it do PPF? Yeah. Yeah, but how are those PPF? More is not always better. All right. I'm going to shout out some supers. We are going to wrap up here. Is $30 to $40 good for a tinting company? What? Tinting for other company. $30 to $40 good. They have a 30-day trial. They have a 30-day trial. You can pay month to month. They have a USB to send, but I guess they just take a loss if you don't purchase. Oh. Oh, I see. Well, I got other questions then. Well, that's better then. Yeah, the USB thing's inconvenient, but at least they give you a trial now. That's cool. Sorry, there's just other things. 30 to 40 per hour per car you do. Well, that's a big gap there. 40's better. 30. Thank you. I'm going to turn that off now. This thing's back there.
RGC super chatted $5. 5 for the workhorse, she's reliable.
RGC with a 5, thank you. 5 for the workhorse, she's reliable. Glad you like it, man. That's super cool to hear. If I can keep everything going good, then it's great. So yeah, 30 to 40 is like, that's a big gap on a pricing thing. So like 40, yeah, 40 is pretty good. It really depends on like how much you're bringing to the table. I think you froze. No, it's fine. You didn't know. I just... Never mind, I paused. The fuck? Stream problems. Oh, wait. No, sorry. So, okay. Yeah. The thing is, it depends on a lot of things. Because I can charge $100 for front doors. Or more, depending on the film that they go with. And it doesn't take me an hour to do front doors. But if you're hanging around all day, hourly, how many jobs are you getting done in that amount of time? And like what shop are you using for? So I had a rev split with a company, and that was like I'd get 75% of the ticket. That was kind of like max. It started at 60, and then it got adjusted to like 75, where I come in with the film, I do the cars, they keep 25, they have the space, the customer and everything, and then I do the work, get the job done. If there's any problems, I take care of it, that type of stuff. So that was worth way more than 30 to 40, obviously, but it just kind of, it depends if like I would start somewhere. If you're not doing anything right now, start somewhere, that's great, and then see where you can work up to. Because as a tinter, you make a lot of money for companies. But they also have bills to pay too, so it's a little bit more involved there. Alrighty. Well, thank you guys for tuning in today. RGC, I'm going to shout out some super chats. RGC, thank you so much for the 5. Daniel Reyna, RGC, again, appreciate y'all. We did, again, 70 on the windshield, 35 on the rest of it, and then 20 on the sunroof, all ceramic. You're welcome. Wish I could donate, but don't worry about it, man. You figure out what happened there. Dude, that sucks. I hope everything's okay. Yeah, no worries. Finally finished? Yeah, finally. Alrighty. I'm going to take off. Y'all have a good one. Thank you. I'll see you soon. Either tomorrow or Thursday. I'm not quite sure. We might just do both, but I'm not positive on tomorrow. We'll see. Bye.